It's on. Check, check, audio check. Detroit Cup. Check, check. Day 4. Semifinals and finals. All good? Okay. website.
15 seconds.
Gotta get a hold of
10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Race Charlie Red.
Well, with that gun and that countdown and all those horns is the start of match race action here at the 2014 Detroit Cup, final day of racing. I'm Dobbs Davis here with Isao Toyama. We have organized great wind for this final day, 9 knots out of the northeast. It's just fantastic. Best day yet we've seen in the conditions, and suitable beginning to what we think will be a very competitive semifinal series. The teams are racing first to 2 points, and the first pairing is Matt Graham, winner of the round robin, who is up against Chris Poole. Chris Poole entered from the left, so he's got the blue flag. Matt Graham has a yellow flag. Graham is racing in boat number 4, and Chris Poole is racing in boat number 1. Now, with all this wind, the action should be very exciting. Yesterday, the excitement came from just watching lead changes in all the light air and all the strong current, but I think today it's going to be a lot more kinetic. Ultimate 20s wheeling around very, very fast and active in these conditions. And we're also hopeful the conditions stay this way. The forecast is for it to tick right a bit as the day goes on. We started out with some clouds and a little bit of rain even this morning, but it's starting to clear up now, and it's just looking like it's going to be a great day. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Oh, we hear a lot of yelling. Matt Graham fell over on port tack. If Poole did not, then that might be some trouble for Matt Graham. Our match umpires are umpire Debbie, umpire Tom. They're arguing now. They're reaching for a flag. And there it is, yellow flag. Indeed, Matt Graham has gotten a penalty. Of course, we weren't there to see it, but looked to, from our perspective, like Chris Poole remained on starboard tack. He may have been head to wind, but he did not go through in tack, whereas Matt Graham did. We saw that jib back, and if there was any contact at all, then it would be on Matt Graham, and that's indeed what we have. So this might be Matt's first penalty. I don't remember him getting a penalty at all in the series thus far. Now Poole having another go at him with 1 minute, 10 seconds to go. Nobody seems quite as intent at winning the pin end like we saw in the last couple of days in the light air. As Nate Hollerbach said here yesterday, when the wind is up, it reverts to more normal match racing, where the right side will have a little favor just to have a starboard tack advantage to come back to your opponent. Poole extending now back over to the right of the signal boat. Poole can be quite aggressive in these conditions. 25 seconds to go. Graham is, with the speed of the boats in this air, Graham is chewing up that distance fast. As you can see, the starting line now is only 10 or 15 seconds long, not 30 seconds like yesterday. 10 seconds to go. Graham looks reasonably good for the pin end. Poole's going to take the right side. There's a start. Nobody OCS. Graham having to wiggle around, go slow to get around the pin end. I would almost give that start to Chris Poole because he was at full speed at the right side. We're not sure if Graham's going to get much relief from the current, although just looking at the angles at the moment, Graham does look like he's maybe a tick higher. Now his bow is down. Graham coming into the shore. They will be going to the red mark to our left here on the shoreline of the Detroit River at Bayview Yacht Club. To our left, looking up the track upwind, a quarter mile away is our array of weather marks, white, red, and green. So this pair and also the next pair will be going around the red mark. Meanwhile, back in the pre-start, our second semifinal pairing is between Pierre-Antoine Morvan from France and Maximilien So from Singapore. Matt Graham had in having won the round robin, Matt Graham had the privilege of picking who he was going to play first. So in picking Poole, that left Morvan the choice of So, as Morvan was next highest in the round robin. Morvan, very experienced match race sailor, ranked 7th in the world. This is his first time at Bayview Yacht Club and Detroit Cup. Esau, if we can swing over to our first pairing. Here's the first tack off the wall. Now, Matt Graham did not ask, I guess, no, he did ask for room to tack. So it was close enough with Poole that Poole had to give him room. But notice their angles. Poole is on the right. And with this amount of pressure and with this angle in the breeze, he's got control of this match. The current is taking them slightly left to right, but by our eye, it almost looks like they're still overstood for that top red mark. So Poole is in really good shape here in this first match. Teams are hiking out hard in this breeze. Race committee's reporting about 9 knots at the top mark. So excellent match race conditions. Meanwhile, back in the pre-start in match 2, Maxi So in boat number 3 on port tack. They're off Belle Isle, going upwind, chasing Pierre-Antoine Morvan. So's team easy to recognize. That's Team Red Dot. They have red shirts on. Always easy to pick out from a distance. We've got 1 minute, 10 seconds to go. There's a 1 minute signal. As you can see, unlike yesterday, very fast approach coming back to the starting line with Morvan taking the lead and Maxi So chasing. 40 seconds to go. Morvan thinking he's a little early. They're wiggling, doing the fishtailing back and forth. We're overhearing some yelling from the top mark. I don't know if we can catch that, Esau, with our camera. There was lots of loud shouts of no room, no room. Who's that in the lead? Is that, who's in the pink spinnaker? Is that boat 1, Chris Poole? Yes. So Poole looks like he maintains a slight lead on that first downwind leg. Here comes a jibe. Graham jibing to try to overtake. Contact for sure. Was Graham able to keep clear? Was Poole able to throw in that jibe? All will be revealed from the umpires, because for sure there's going to be a Yankee flag on that one. Very aggressive move, very fast turn on the part of Poole. Was it too fast? Did Graham keep clear? Did the umpires even see it? because there's no nobody reaching for any flags on the umpire boat. Now, in all the excitement, it's quite possible that there was no Yankee flag, and if there's no Yankee flag, there's no call required from the umpires. So Graham has passed Chris Poole in this first downwind leg, boat number 4, but they've got to jibe one more time, and Chris Poole is lurking there just waiting for them. I'm not getting any calls on the radio from the wing umpires. Here's the jibe. Poole's going to roll over, but Matt Graham still has an opportunity to get around the mark first because he'll be inside at the 2-length zone. It's all going to come down to the turn. A lot of yelling going on. Are they taking too much room? So there, Matt Graham coming around, boat 4. Poole chasing. And complete silence from our umpires. Oh, second yellow flag. Wow, that took a long time to decide that. We will be very... I'll bring in our match umpires if they're on the same radio channel. That's either from the incident in the first jibe or something having to do with the mark rounding. Uh-oh. Matt Graham did not perform the penalty turn properly because he did it in the zone. He's got to extend beyond the 2-length zone in order to do that penalty turn. Unforced error on the part of Matt Graham. He's got to come up to a close hauled course before the penalty turn's dropped. Now it's dropped, and even then he was really close. Remember, the current is rolling from left to right very fast here. So that's certainly a break for Chris Poole. We will call our match umpires now and get the lowdown on what's happened here. Stand by one moment. Umpire 1 media.
Holding, up, blackout. Cleared. 1 minute, clear.
Well, our umpires are on different radio channels because that's the traffic coming from the wing umpire in match 2. They're going into stealth mode out there, so we'll have to find out what channel they're on. Copy that. Thank you. Umpire 1, media. Can you give us a synopsis? We think we know what happened in the first penalty in the pre-start, but can you tell us on the second yellow flag, please?
I'll tell you on both dogs. On the first one, the yellow boat, they were both on starboard, almost head to wind, and the yellow boat just lost it and fell through the wind onto port, right in front of the starboard boat. On the second one, what happened was a beautiful approach to the leeward mark, but the yellow boat went too far before jibing to go around the corner there, and having completed her jibe, she was 1 3/4 boat lengths from the mark, so she had gone too far under 18.4. She then took a penalty, and Matt realized what he'd done. He took the whole penalty in the zone, so it was blown off, and he had to go a little bit to clear himself.
Thanks very much. That's umpire Dave. We'll wish you best of luck with the remainder of the match.
Thank you.
We're going to go over to umpire 2 because there's a yellow flag up in match 2. Pierre-Antoine Morvan has a flag from an incident on the ley line coming into the top mark. So Red Spinnaker coming around the top is Pierre-Antoine Morvan, the French team. They had a good lead off the starting line and led coming into the top, but the Singaporean team...
Are you watching match 2?
Yes, we're also watching match 1, umpire Tom, but please give us a brief summary of what's happened there with the yellow flag for Morvan.
It was a simple luft after attack was completed, but it was done extremely rapidly, and the umpires were in total agreement that the yellow boat broke 16. There was slight contact, and there was no opportunity for the Keep Clear boat to keep clear.
Copy that. Thanks very much, Umpire Tom. So I am corrected. The team red dot has the red spinnaker, so that's Maxi So in the lead. An aggressive luff from the French by Pierre-Antoine Morvan with the blue spinnaker just prior to the top mark earned them a penalty from the umpires. So Maxi So is in the lead coming into the end of their first lap around the course. Maxi in boat 3, red spinnaker. The French are coming at him fast, though. This match is far from over. Everything happening much, much faster than we've seen in the last couple of days in that light air. This is perfect, very, very nice match race conditions. Steady northeast breeze, little bit of waves, and a lot of action. So Morvan only 2 lengths behind Maxi So. Morvan has a penalty, so he's going to be very, very hungry to catch up. So electing to put a loose cover, not a tight cover, back on Morvan. Now Morvan able to split tacks now. Will So hit him hard and keep him from the left? And the answer is no. He's letting him go, and so they're swapping sides. Maxi So now content just on these loose covers on their second beat. Coming downwind and their final run into the finish, Chris Poole with the pink spinnaker has benefited from his opponent Matt Graham earning a penalty in the pre-start and then another penalty at the bottom mark rounding and then a mistake on the part of Graham in doing their penalty turn. So 1 point in the semis to Chris Poole. In a 1st to 2 point series, this is going to mean Matt Graham has got to win the next match to take it to 3. So up the track, meanwhile, in the second match, Maxi So extending over to the right on port tack. Team Red Dot has about a 2 or 3 length lead over Pierre-Antoine Morvan. With the current in the Detroit River, the beats are long and the runs are fast. So any little tick in boat speed advantage can come into play here. Here goes Morvan. We'll see if he's able to close the gap at all with the team from Singapore. And the answer is yes. Morvan is faster upwind. He's closed it enough that Maxi So, lee bow tacked him to bounce him away from the right. So So is trying to preserve his starboard tack advantage at the top of the beat because Morvan has definitely caught up about 2/3 away up. And look at Morvan's angle. He might even be inside in a little left shift, which is going to bring this even closer. Here comes So. Starboard tack. Morvan will not be able to cross. Morvan ducking. Oh! Big contact. Nice T-bone there. That will be bad. Obviously a penalty. In fact, 2 flags. Major contact and collision. That's going to be a very costly mistake on the part of Morvan for not ducking properly. In fact, black flag. This match is over. There must have been enough damage for the umpires to suspend this match, give the point immediately to So. And this is going to be bad because the French are going to get assessed undoubtedly get assessed some points here for damage. this is going to be a scenario like we saw for Dustin Durant, where the penalty points associated with contact dig into the score line.
I don't know. There might have been significant damage, and the one guy might have retired. I'm not really sure. We'll have to get the information from the umpire. Umpire 2 signal.
Yeah, we black flagged this match, so it's over, and the point is awarded to South.
So there you go, match umpires giving that point to Maxi So.
Be checked for having bumper cars. There's 3 collisions in this match.
Okay, so the bosun's going to go to the rescue here and check out the condition of Morvan's, or actually probably So's boat 3. He took the brunt of that T-bone collision on his port side, port quarter it looked like. He spun the boat around. Haven't seen many contacts like that out here. That was pretty high speed. So I think with that, we'll take a little break, and while everybody cleans up some of the damage and the carnage out here, we'll wait for the organizer to decide what to do, whether they can in fact continue to race those boats, whether they need a new boat, or what's going to happen. But we'll take a break now, come back to you with more live action at Detroit Cup. We've just finished the first match of the semis with Chris Poole and Maxi So each having 1 point. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have an update on the situation with the broken boats. Turns out they're not as broken as we thought. That spectacular crash that we saw that spun Maxi So around with the T-bone from Pierre Morvan turns out is only level A damage, meaning there's only minimal amount of damage, minimal amount of time to fix it. So with level A, that means there's actually no points deduction. That's good news for Morvan. And that also means that Pierre Morvan will not go into any negative points scenario. So stand by. We'll get the official word from the chief umpires. Yeah, go ahead, umpire Tom.
Yeah, the level of damage, by definition, if it takes the boat out of the competition, is level C, regardless of any repairs. So there will be a 1-point deduction. We'll advise the sailors.
Copy that. Thanks very much, umpire Tom. So I am corrected because that boat is taken out of the competition. That's another criteria for level C. Therefore, 1 full point deduction for Morvan. He's down to -1. That means not only does he have to win this next match in the first to 2-point series to prevent Maxi So from getting to 2 points, he'd have to win the next 2. So he's got to win 3 in a row to go through to the finals. That's a tall order indeed. But we'll see what happens. The wind is still up. It's good racing conditions out here. And we'll be looking forward to the resumption of semifinal action in match 2. In the meantime, we'll be in a little bit of a delay while Morvan gets fitted into another boat and used to that boat before we resume flight 2 in the semifinals. So don't go away. Stand by. We'll be bringing you live match race action from here at Detroit Cup. Umpire Tom Media. Can you give us all another summary of what I just heard on the latest on the damage assessment? Over.
Yeah. The bosun is adamant about minor fix level A, and he didn't feel he wanted to penalize any further than a minor amount of money. So that'll be the way it is.
Okay, so just to confirm then, level A damage means no points deductions for Morvan.
Correct. I have to go talk to him right now, so stand by.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, in the ever-changing world of match race sailing. We're back to having Morvan not having any damage points deduction. So the score is 1-0, So versus Morvan. Morvan is not going to be assessed any major points deduction. The damage was minimal despite the spectacular nature of that crash. The boats are solid. It's a testament to the Ultimate 20s and how they're prepared here at Bayview Yacht Club. So we hope to be rejoined in match racing here soon. The race committee has meanwhile reset the course just a little bit, so we have a good clear view of the pre-start area right off the shoreline here at Bayview Yacht Club. So don't go away, stand by. When we come back, we will be live with semifinal action of the Detroit Cup, the 2014 edition here at Bayview Yacht Club. there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Match racing resumes in the semifinals. Back into the starting block. First up, Chris Poole up against Matt Graham. Matt Graham, in the last match, had a pre-start penalty and then earned another penalty at the Leeward Mark rounding. Didn't perform the second penalty turn properly, and thereby ceded the lead and the match to Chris Poole. So Poole is up 1-0. Matt Graham has to win this to stay alive in the first of 2-point series. Those just joining us, I'm Dobbs Davis here with Isao Toyama, bringing you live action from the 2014 Detroit Cup final day of racing. We've got great conditions. Finally, after 4 days, we've got 9 to 10 knots of wind, very good breeze direction right up the Detroit River. And slowly but surely building a little bit more of a spectator fan base here at Bayview on a cloudy, cool Sunday morning. Two minutes and 30 seconds to go. Lots of circles, lots of activity here in the Ultimate 20s with this breeze. The action can be much more exciting than what we saw in the last couple of days of very light air. The red flag on the signal boat indicates the teams will be going around the red tetrahedral mark up the river. They do a 2-lap course and finish where they started. 1 minute 45 seconds to go. Chris Poole is in. No, they've actually swapped boats, haven't they? So it's Matt Graham in boat 1 now. Chris Poole in boat 4. Poole is still controlling the right, just not letting Matt Graham get past. Now Graham's able to fall away and extend over to the right. At 1 minute 15 seconds to go. Poole now coming back at Graham. Very early to lead back given the wind conditions now. There's 1 minute. If Graham wants the pin end, he's going to have to fight for it, I think. The left side of the course in this wind direction and with this wind speed is not quite as favored as we'd seen in the last few days. The relief you get from the out of the current is not really overcoming the advantage of being on starboard tack. Here comes Poole, boat number 4. 20 seconds to go. Can Graham get at Poole? Looks like Poole's going to get over the bow of Graham. That's something Graham, I'm sure, didn't anticipate. Graham was setting himself up to win that pin. It's now owned by Poole. And there's a signal. Graham very close, but Poole is bow out underneath him. We can see Poole advancing forward. He's got the left. He's got pace. Excellent start by Chris Poole. He had a really good break by getting over the bow of Matt Graham when Graham was slow, just with 10 seconds to go. So Poole bow out. Graham undoubtedly won't be able to live there forever. But Poole cannot tack, so if Graham is able to live there and has enough separation, he'll be able to control this first match and this first leg to the top mark. Meanwhile, into the starting box in match 2. This is what caused our delay, was this pair Pierre-Antoine Morvan in boat 5, coming in from the left against Maxi So. Maxi So won the last match when Morvan was black flagged by the umpires after a spectacular T-bone collision on their second upwind leg. So Morvan's got to shake it off. He's got to win this match to bring things even up and have a chance to go to the finals. So we're going to leave this pre-start, put our cameras over to match 1. Matt Graham in boat 1 is able to hold off Chris Poole, maybe having those 3 guys hiking out on the windward side is giving him a little more edge going upwind. Poole's on close to the same weight, but he's only got 2 guys hiked out, so even though they're getting a little bit of a left shift, Poole's now more bow out. Graham is controlling this first leg. So it's all in Graham's hands as to when to decide to tack out into the river and get around the red mark. There's a signal from Poole to tack at the restricted zone. Not a fantastic tack on the part of Poole by having those 2 guys hiked out in a very quick turn. But it's Matt Graham now leading in a close reach, overstood out to the red mark. Let's go back to our pre-start. With 1 minute 45 seconds to go, Maxi So and Morvan locked in battle, doing circles over past the signal boat. Here comes So jibing. Morvan jibing to match. With 1 minute 15. This is no doubt an opportunity to lead back, but there's lots of wind here, plenty of speed available if they want it. Morvan underneath, controlling So. There's 1 minute. So circles and Morvan, 35 seconds to go. So Morvan early control in the pre-start. Options for So will be to tack away. He can't build speed with Morvan that close. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. There goes So. So split start. So may even be able to, yes he does. He's able to cross over the stern of the signal boat, start the match on port tack. He's not going to be in a position to control his opponent. Now, let's look over here, if we could, Esau, with the boats coming downwind. Poole had a terrible spinnaker set, and yet with a good jibe and being in the inside with the black spinnaker, he's taken the lead back from Matt Graham. Now, he is a windward boat. He's got to keep clear. We don't see any luffing attempts from Matt Graham. He's got to get to the zone. It's going to be close. Here's the jibe. Whoa, got to have a good jibe here. Green flag from the umpires. Chris Poole controls the inside. This is where having Matt Graham is going to have an advantage. He's got three guys to pull strings on that boat. Chris Poole only has two. So Poole able to do a tighter turn. Graham went around the long way outside, and a yellow flag. Yellow flag. That's a yellow flag against Chris Poole. We're not sure of the incident. And a red, because if he wasn't entitled to that position, he's gained an advantage by getting control of the match. So we will be very keen to talk to our match umpires on that incident. So Poole in a second. Okay, so that basically, folks, that's delayed. Those are delayed calls from the umpires as they debated the merits of those incidents. But the first one, I think, was probably on the roll downwind. Maybe they went over the top. Maybe there was contact with Graham. And then the second one was likely for the mark rounding. But let's call our match umpires and find out the story. Umpire one, media call.
Media, go.
Yes, if you could just let us know what those two yellow flags are for, please.
The first one was, first there was a series of green flags for 17. The boat clear astern was not overlapped, so there was no 17. The blue boat jibed first and got to the zone clear. The yellow boat got into the zone as the blue boat bore away to jibe around the mark and took room which was not theirs and gained control, so we gave them a yellow and then a red. And then the second one was shortly thereafter, as we were penalizing the yellow boat. They did not keep clear when the blue boat gave them room to keep clear while luffing.
Sorry, the second yellow was as a windward boat. Is that after rounding the mark?
That's correct. It was a separate incident.
Okay, copy that. Thanks very much, umpire one. So, yeah, I guess I was wrong. The first one was not on the downwind leg. It was for the mark rounding incident. Then there must have been a luff after getting around the mark from Graham that Poole did not keep clear. So it's earned him a second penalty. So what we're seeing, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of these matches being decided by penalties and sailing clear. Graham has 4 people on his team, which does help in these very tight mark roundings. Meanwhile, in the background, red spinnaker going up is Pierre-Antoine Morvan. And coming around behind him, Maxi So. Remember, this is a must-win match for Morvan, and he certainly looks like he's well on his way. Graham is on final approach at the top mark. That yellow flag from the umpires is not for him. That's for Chris Poole. But Graham looks like he's in great position to come around the top. And pink spinnaker goes up for Matt Graham. Unless something catastrophic happens, he looks like he's in good position to win his first point and even things up here in the semis. Coming downwind now and final approach to the finish is the first pairing out on the course. No, sorry, second pairing out. They're on their first lap. So they're not coming to the finish. They're coming into their first bottom mark rounding. There's Pierre-Antoine Morvan and his team from France dropping a red spinnaker. They've completed the first lap. Very nice rounding from Morvan. Maxi So now dropping a blue kite and getting into their mark rounding. So has to try to reduce what looks like about a 4 to 5 length gap on Morvan. We've seen Morvan is pretty fast upwind. We've seen that in both matches they've had. If So's able to find the same speed and somehow keep that close, he might have a shot at Morvan on the downwind leg, but he's got to close the gap another length or two. Meanwhile, in the background, Pink Spinnaker. And that's Matt Graham and his team of Rowdy Racing. With the blue flag, they're earning a point, evening things up with Chris Poole. Our remaining match on the course is Maxi So with Pierre Morvan. Morvan sailing boat 5. Maxi So sailing boat 2. Morvan just doing easy covering moves. He's not keeping it very close. He's confident he's got good upwind speed and enough of a gap to not have to keep it close. The breeze is fairly consistent as well. There hasn't been many wind shifts to make him paranoid of Maxi getting out to the right. We've seen the last couple of days that certainly wasn't the case. There had been some big waves of pressure and wind shifts that made going out to one side or the other dangerous, but right now it's fairly steady conditions, really very nice indeed. Best all week here at Detroit Cup. Maxi So coming out of the right corner now. I would say it's a pretty comfortable cross for Pierre Morvan. And I think they've even gained some. So the setup the French have for going upwind is a very fast one indeed. I think every time they've gone upwind against Maxi, they've extended just on boat speed. So Pierre Morvan up on the right side ley line now. They've got one final tack, one final mark rounding around the red mark before they do the final run to the finish. So Morvan is going to tack now. So here goes Morvan teeing up the red spinnaker. Not taking any chances and hitting the mark and getting a penalty. Looks like spinnaker's caught behind the spreader. There it goes. And they're off and running. I'd say Maxi So would not be able to catch up that distance with the time remaining into the finish. Ultimate 20 is very fast downwind. And also helped, of course, by the current here at Detroit River. So Maxi So, blue spinnaker, trailing Pierre Morvan. Morvan's got probably one more jibe and into the finish to do what he needed to do, which is earn a point and even it up. We thought for a while that he might have a fractional point penalty after that spectacular crash in match 1. But turns out the damage was minor. It was within the threshold of not requiring any major amount of work or money, so it remained at what the umpires call level A, and did not have a points deduction. So there is Pierre Morvan, blue flag, red Spinnaker coming down. He's even things up here in the semis. It's going to be down to the last match, ladies and gentlemen. The next flight will determine our 2 finalists here at Detroit Cup 2014. The organizers, I think, have said that they would do that as a first to 3-point series. And as long as this wind holds, I think that all looks pretty good. So we'll take a little break, score a point for Pierre Morvan and Matt Graham. We're all even up here in the semis at 2014 Detroit Cup. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the final match of the semifinals. The winners will become finalists at Detroit Cup. It's one match will determine the winners. Chris Poole, boat 4, up here in this first match against Matt Graham. Poole closest to us here. Graham furthest away in boat 1. The breeze is up. The action is hot. We've had very, very close matches thus far in our first 2 here in the semis. We have no reason to believe it's not going to be the same here for this last semifinal flight. Very quickly, Chris Poole is able to get around Matt Graham and get off to the right side of the signal boat. So Poole and Graham extending over toward Belle Isle. They've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. This is definitely a high-speed match race sailing compared to what we had the last couple of days and even the first day. Best breeze of the competition saved here for last. See that? That's what's going to be in my dollar. Oh, yeah. Cheap, practical. Nice boat. All right, 1 minute 45 seconds to go. Seems a little early to lead back, but that's what Matt Graham is doing. One minute 30, Chris Poole keeping it very, very close. Graham is slowing things down a bit by going head to wind. Poole happy to stay above him. Now in the last start, Poole was a little more advanced and actually reached over the top of the bow of Graham to get to the pin end. 1 minute to go. Don't know if they can hold that position for a full minute. But Poole is far enough forward that he really can't get his bow down and hook Graham and take the pin for himself. So here goes Graham going a little bit backwards in the current. He's going to want that pin end. He seems teed up to do that. Poole looks like he doesn't care because he's just going to tack over to port. Now, Graham starting to sheet in and go fast. Whoa, here we go. Look at that. Graham knew he couldn't make it. He got too far to the left of the ley line, so that gives Chris Poole the left side. So Chris Poole takes the pin end. Matt Graham tacked over a little bit late here. Now Graham in the last upwind leg, first upwind leg in the last match, was close enough to Poole to prevent Poole from tacking when they legged out over to the left side of the course. Poole's got plenty of room to do that now. The question will be, as they get up the track, whether he can tack and cross Graham over on the right on starboard. So we'll keep our eye on that match. Meanwhile, entering with 5 seconds to go is our second semifinal pair, Maximilian So from Singapore in boat 2 entering from the left, with Pierre-Antoine Morvan entering from the right. This pair and the first pair are going to the red mark. Now, Esau, if we can see over this first cross with Chris Poole. Poole coming up against Graham. It's going to be very close. He's not able to cross. So putting in a lee bow tack to send Matt Graham back over to the right. If Poole gets any kind of shift to the left, relief from the current, or is just plain faster upwind, he may be able to cross Matt Graham in the next engagement. Graham looks bow up out there. And as Poole gets into it and gets speed up, he's starting to look bow up a little as well. They're definitely not laying. Both boats will have to tack. So a bit of a drag race now over to the starboard tack lay line. Poole gets the pressure first as it comes down from Lake St. Clair. Very nice breeze out here. It's 8-9 knots of wind. There goes Poole, bow up. A lot's going to be decided on this cross. Now, even the team that's behind will not be behind very far, and that's going to set themselves up for a possible pass on the first run. We've seen how powerful that is here in Detroit with the Ultimate 20s. But Chris Poole looks good. It looks like he's shearing off Matt Graham on the left, going upwind. Getting a little bit of a left shift and lifted. Graham's boat is flatter. And Matt Graham's going to have to tack at some point. They must be getting close to the ley line out there. Poole looks like he's actually eased his main a little bit. There's Graham's tack. And Graham able to cross. How about that? Oh, don't be applauding yet.
Gotta be a luff in the future here.
You wait to see what happens in the next leg.
I see kite out though.
So it's all going to come up to the rounding. How good the teams are getting their kites up. Graham's got an extra set of hands on his boat. There goes the pink kite. Here comes the black kite. Not a bad set. And Chris Poole setting himself up for the next move on the run. At some point, Graham's got a jibe. And Poole's going to be right there. Now, on the last in the last match on that first, here we go. Here's a jibe. Last time Poole did this, he got in trouble. Poole had a better jibe. So we'll see if Poole's able to close the gap. Matt Graham's kite doesn't look very happy. We're hearing whistles out in the pre-start of So and Morvan, but they've split start. We saw a green flag. So here is Chris Poole. Poole is to windward of Graham. He's got to keep clear. I don't see any flags. It was kind of a weird wiggle there. There's a Yankee. He's probably 17. He's asking for. All right, another green flag. Umpires are never good at calling proper course. They'll admit that. That's why Rule 17, ladies and gentlemen, is impact with a mark. Impact with a mark and a broach for Matt Graham. Yellow flag. Tough break for that team. They've got an extra set of hands, but that didn't help them in the takedown. Unforced error. So Chris Poole now takes the lead. Tough break for Matt Graham, but sorry, folks, I don't have any sympathy. He's got an extra set of hands that nobody else has out there, and they just couldn't get the kite down and jibed around. They hit the mark and therefore earned a penalty. But it ain't over. He's still within striking distance here with one leg to go. I think they have a tick of boat speed advantage upwind. Chris Poole's got to be worried a little bit about keeping clear from Maxi So. Now, the next pair is going upwind, Maxi So and Pierre Morvan. Morvan's coming out of the left. Morvan has been quicker upwind in these conditions than So. And if I were to call it, I would say that Morvan's over the bow of Maxi So. Yes, I think he's well beyond. So comfortable cross and lead for the French. They are going around the red mark. And Maxi So has got to close that gap to be close enough to do what Chris Poole did on the leeward leg in his match to try to take the game up to Pierre Morvan. In the meantime, in match one, Chris Poole has I won't say a comfortable lead, but a good lead on Matt Graham. Graham going over to the left. Over there's been good pressure, a little bit of a left shift. Poole's got to keep his cool because he's got to get up there in line on that port tack lay line into the top. And he's got to maintain enough lead so that Graham doesn't do to him what he did to Graham on the first downwind leg. So Chris Poole putting a covering tack on Matt Graham. He's going to try to throw him bad air off the back of his sails, slow him down. If Graham's able to live there, he might close the gap a bit simply by having sailed less distance. In the background, we're watching the first pair on their first lap, first downwind leg. That's Maxi So, Blue Spinnaker, downwind against the French Pierre Morvan with the red Spinnaker, who has quite a large lead in their pairing. Now here we go, coming around the top mark for the last time. Final downwind leg to the finish. Chris Poole, black Spinnaker. They got to get it up and get it flying, and there it is. Tack line looks a little twisted there. A little bit of a reefed Spinnaker. There it goes. And a much nicer set on Matt Graham's pink Spinnaker. The question is, can Matt Graham get to Chris Poole with that gap on their final downwind leg to the finish, because the winner of this is going to the finals. Nice leisure jibe for Chris Poole's team, black Spinnaker. They've just got to just take it easy, not get in trouble, not make any mistakes, and coast into the finish. Because Matt Graham is too far back to really get to engage with Poole. They're closing the gap pretty fast. They're bringing a little pressure down, but it's going to be really too little, too late, unless Chris Poole makes some kind of mistake here. But Poole's been sailing well the last couple days, I'll have to say. And Black Spinnaker, boat number 4. We'll see the blue flag coming up. And there it is, Chris Poole, our first finalist. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? He had to do it in 3 matches. Tough break for Matt Graham on that bad leeward mark rounding. That's what cost him this match and this opportunity, but certainly Matt Graham, for not being a regular on the match race circuit, has done extremely well. Winner of the round robin, has won more matches than anybody else out here. And just one mistake at that bottom mark rounding has cost him a place in the finals, but he'll be fighting in the petite finals for 3rd place against the loser of match 2, which is still in progress. Match 2 with Pierre Morvan up against Maxi So. So has a long way to catch up with the French. Morvan is very fast upwind, has been sailing very well, and except for a spectacular collision in match 1 that cost him that match, a black flag in fact, he's been really dominating this semifinal. So Pierre-Antoine Morvan from France with a very healthy lead indeed on their final upwind leg to the final top mark grounding. He's ranked 7th in the world, the top-ranked competitor here at 2014 Detroit Cup, and he's definitely showing why that's the case. He's extended a lead, gained off the start, just with better boat speed, better boat handling. Truly world-class match racer. So just a few lengths away, and there goes Morvan. We'll see a red spinnaker. There it goes. Morvan's going to end up being about a half a leg ahead of So, and in a very comfortable position to take his final point and invitation to the finals here at 2014 Detroit Cup. So Blue Spinnaker coming up with Maxi So on their final run on the downwind leg. Doesn't look like any easy way for them to catch up and engage with Pierre Morvan. So Morvan and his team just moments away from earning their place in the finals. This is a great comeback after a spectacular crash and a black flag in match 1 to win the next 2. And we'll see the flag go up. Should be yellow flag. There it is. So, congratulations to Pierre-Antoine Morvan and his team, earning a place to the finals. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a break. Teams will move boats. We think they'll start off in the finals here pretty soon, so don't go away. We'll bring you more match race action here from 2014 Detroit Cup here at Bayview Yacht Club. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have match race action returning here to Bayview Yacht Club in the Detroit Cup. The match you see in progress now is the Petite Finals. These teams are racing for third place in the competition. Maximilian So against Matt Graham. They are doing a first to 2-point series, while our finalists will be doing a first to 3-point series. The wind is shifted around just a bit. The course looks like it's been lengthened a little bit, and the teams will be going around the middle green mark that you see off to the left up the Detroit River. I'm Dobbs Davis, here with Louis Call as guest cameraman. And for those watching on the internet, you can thank Louis for his expert videography. And for those of you who here at Bayview Yacht Club, you can thank him for his extreme good looks. Wow. All right. So 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Matt Graham brushing off a loss in the last semifinal match to come back and compete here in the Petite Finals. Matt, a member of Bayview Yacht Club, is looking to bring a Bayview Club member to the podium here in the award ceremony here after the final match in the finals. Maxi So, very good competitor. He's comes from Singapore. He's come to the U.S. He's been match racing in Chicago. Here in Detroit, he'll continue on in the Grand Slam Series. There's 4 events, Grade 2, starting in Chicago, second stop here in Detroit. The next 2 stops will be in Long Island, New York, first at Manhasset Bay at the Knickerbocker Cup, and then next at Oyster Bay with the Oak Cliff International. These are the smallest and most lively of the boats used in the Grand Slam Series, the Ultimate 20s. The teams are 3, except for Matt Graham, he's got 4. 1 minute to go. Graham leading back. So keeping the pressure on. Everybody wants the pin end. Except Graham. Graham's now tacking away. Very interesting. So going with him. 30 seconds to go. It's quite a lot of time left. The breeze is up to 8, 9, maybe occasionally touching 10 knots. With the Ultimate 20s, this is a lot of wind, and it makes for very good, fast racing. Whistle and a green flag from the umpires. 10 seconds to go. Maxi So first to break away. Matt Graham's got to do something here. 5 seconds. Wow, look at this. Matt Graham a little late in pulling the trigger. In fact, a lot late. Look at Maxi So get this early jump off the starting line. So good job that Maxi So did to keep the pressure on Matt Graham. He had him pinned up there against a signal boat. Graham couldn't tack away to build speed on port. Had to wait until So broke away. They were going backwards, trying to get their bow around, and finally got going. But Maxi So is taking the early lead here in the Petite Finals, Match 1. Next up in the starting box will be our finalists, Chris Poole and Pierre-Antoine Morvan. Poole representing Oak Cliff Sailing Center from Long Island, New York, Oyster Bay. And Pierre Morvan from France. They too will be going to the green mark around the top. So, first match of the finals, Chris Poole. Look at that. He may be able to get across Morvan. No, not likely. Okay. So, head to win, stopping Chris Poole in boat 4, closest to us here in the shore. Morvan obscured over on the right. Morvan in boat 5. Morvan first to break away. Somebody Yankee flagged and get a green flag from the umpires. Morvan now with a quick turn to get on the stern of Chris Poole. So, classic match racing, circling, positioning, killing time over past the signal boat with 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. No one has any particular advantage here. They're just setting themselves up for making the final approach to the start. Poole going a little bit high here with Morvan chasing. The current is less a factor today than it has been in the last couple of days, simply because the wind is up, but the Detroit River is moving from left to right out here. Now going deep in the box. Poole leading back with 1 minute 45. Another green flag. So Poole going slow, trying to kill time, leading back to the line, 1 minute 30.
Overlap.
That's umpire Elsbeth making the wing umpire calls on their relationship between the two boats. While they're coming toward the line, 1 minute 10 seconds to go. Plenty of time. Morvan seems content to just keep the pressure on Poole. 1 minute to go. So Morvan has now taken Poole's stern, taken position on the left with 35 seconds to go. He's got Poole pinned up against the signal boat. 30 seconds to go. Poole actually has enough time, if he wants, to go right around the signal boat, which appears to be what he's doing. Poole will be able to easily come back on starboard, come at Morvan as he's doing now. But what Poole can't do is get to the pin end of the starting line. That's controlled now by Morvan. Very good timing. Chris Poole had his bow right up on the starting line at that signal. But pretty even start. Morvan's got good pace and seems to have good pressure, closing the gap a bit with Poole. Morvan's been very fast in these conditions upwind. His sail trim setup just must be right because he's consistently been fast. Poole's in early control position here in not controlling Morvan by Morvan not being able to tack and cross, but this may change. Morvan looks like he's got great pace. Poole slowing down just a little bit in that chop, but it's still quite close. If Poole's able to stay up there, He'll prevent Morvan from tacking and getting across. Meanwhile, bottom mark round action. Dropping the blue kite. Maxi So has taken an early lead here from Matt Graham. Graham, if you remember, was quite late at the start. So able to stay ahead at the top mark and enough so that Graham was not able to catch up on the run. But this match is very close. So hasn't looked very fast going upwind. Graham has typically been faster, but as you can see on that bottom mark rounding, they're taking a while to get cleaned up. So is not going with Graham over to the right side, instead extending to the left. If we can get cameraman Louis over to watch our finals match. Chris Poole tacked away rather than follow Morvan all the way into the shoreline. He's tacked away early, thinking possibly he's close to being on ley line. Maybe thinking he's cutting the distance down. With Morvan maybe sailing a little extra distance, but I think the current's strong enough that Morvan's probably closer to being on ley line than Poole is. Yes, indeed. There they go. They're sliding sideways. The question is whether Poole has any kind of bow out leeward gauge to tack and have a piece of Morvan. But Morvan looks fast. His sail setup looks quite good. He's sheeting in tight and really going fast there. Able to remain upwind and even get a little lift on the left. He's just sailing higher and faster. The leech, if you look out on the leech on the boat on the right, that's Chris Poole. It's much more open, set up for more of a speed setting than a point setting. But I think Morvan's got both. I think he's got both height and speed. He's really doing well out there. If Morvan's able to lay that green mark, that's really going to be a big advantage, as he saves himself 2 tacks compared to Poole. Poole coming across, but definitely doesn't have a piece of Morvan. Morvan's extended by, 4 lengths? Morvan is just extremely fast upwind. Look at that. Beautiful red kite set. Off and away. Chris Poole is not close enough to really have any chance at Morvan. Morvan has just sailed this leg beautifully. In the background also, to your left, you see Maxi So. It looks like he's been able to stay just marginally ahead of Matt Graham. That match is going to be a lot closer because both those boats are laying the top mark. But in the finals, just watching the jibe for Pierre Morvan with a red spinnaker. He's got a big lead on Chris Poole in the first match of the finals. Now, coming around the top in our petite finals, Maxi So, thin ley line, but he's able to make it. Get the blue spinnaker up. And that's a little further ahead than I thought. Matt Graham's going to have to work pretty hard with a pink spinnaker to get at Maxi So. In fact, it almost looks like Maxi came around with more pressure because he's definitely going faster and maybe even a little bit lower than Graham, making him less vulnerable to getting attacked on the next jibe. Oh, hit the waves. Yikes. So hit some big powerboat waves just as he was turning. But Graham did not have that great a turn. And so therefore I think So is going to be okay. Blue Spinnaker. Graham coming down with a little pressure. They are on their final run into the finish of the first match of the Petite Finals. And in the background going upwind, Chris Poole looking for some way to come back at Pierre-Antoine Morvan. Morvan very fast upwind. They were able to lay the top mark, save themselves 2 tacks against Chris Poole. Morvan is happy to get over here to the left. He doesn't even seem concerned about Poole getting over to the right. But maybe just to be safe, they tack it in the middle. But just as they did in the last upwind leg, they've got great pace, even a little left shift. So I think Pierre Morvan will end up extending even more. Meanwhile, across the finish line, Maxi So wins his first point in the Petite Finals. This is a first to 2-point series. So Matt Graham up against the wall. He's got to win the next one to have a shot to being on the podium here at 2014 Detroit Cup. Those teams will swap boats and swap sides. And while they do that in the finals, it is a French team led by Pierre-Antoine Morvan in boat 5, protecting the left side. They are going up around that green mark, sailing extremely well, very comfortable, and very fast. There's a little bit of a drifting mark issue there. I think that white mark that is a little bit in the way. The race committee boat there is trying to retrieve that white mark. It's drifting down onto the course, but there they go. They got it now. So they're getting that out of the way of the 2 competitors in the first match of the finals. Pierre-Antoine Morvan up on the left side. He's going to make his way through the wake of the marked boat, retrieving that white tetrahedron. But anything he may have slowed down is not going to hurt him because he's got a very big lead there on Chris Poole. So we're watching in the finals, first match, last top mark rounding. There's a red spinnaker from Pierre Morvan getting hoisted for their final run to the finish of the first match. The French team is led from literally from start to finish in this match, really on the strength of excellent upwind speed. With the Detroit River coming downwind, that makes the upwind legs pretty long relative to the downwind legs, so any speed upwind really helps you. Trailing now Chris Poole, black spinnaker going up. Being just about a leg behind. They're really not going to have much opportunity to close up the gap here in the first match of the finals. Breeze hanging in very nicely here. That's little alterations in pressure, but it's basically about 8 to 10 knots. Best pressure we've had of the entire event. As we watch Pierre-Antoine Morvan with the red spinnaker just moments away in boat 5 from claiming first blood here in the best of 5, first to 3-point final series. So Morvan just cruising across the finish. There's a yellow flag. So score a point to Morvan in the final. He and his team will swap boats now with Chris Poole. Morvan will enter from the left in the next match, with Chris Poole entering from the right. So we'll take a brief break here while the teams get ready for the next flight. Those keeping scores will have 1 point for Maxi So in the petite finals and 1 point for Pierre Morvan in the final.
15 seconds. 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Race prep.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the signal for entry of our second match in the petite finals. These pairs are racing for third place overall in the Detroit Cup. The prep signal that we can't see behind that orange flag does not have a color on it. So that means the teams will be going to the white mark, the default windward mark up the track on the Detroit River. For those just joining us, I'm Dobbs Davis here with Louis Call as my guest cameraman. Our colleague Isao Toyama is out on the water gathering still images with his camera. The Louis fan club is here, well in attendance and cheering him on. 3 minutes to go. Head to wind is Matt Graham. He's in boat number 2, closest to us here at the waterfront shoreline venue of the Bayview Yacht Club here in the Detroit River. Maxie So in boat 1 is bearing away, extending on port tack. Maxie is 1 up in this series. This is a must-win match for Matt Graham in order to take it to 3 and determine a winner in that final third match. So in the last match, So led from start to finish. Graham was quite late at the starting line, just got very slow, couldn't accelerate, and So literally sailed around in front of him. Our chief umpire for the regatta, Tom Rinda, has left the venue. He's on his way overseas for another event, and so our new chief umpire is umpire Debbie. Everybody knows Debbie's been involved with Bayview Yacht Club's Detroit Cup probably from the very first event. So 1 minute, 15 seconds to go. The wind is hanging in quite nicely. Breeze is about 8 or 9 knots. This is a much welcome break from the very light air we've had for the last couple of days. There's 1 minute. I think our match umpires, actually no, in the finals match, our match umpires will be Gary Shoemaker and Debbie Schrainer, I believe. Anyway, with 30 seconds to go, Maxie So controlling the left, Matt Graham extending over to the right. The breeze might be down just a little bit to where this left side could come into play. As we see from all the powerboat traffic out here, that might become a factor as the boats go upwind and if the breeze gets lighter especially. 5 seconds to go. And there's a starting signal. Both boats on the starting line for this start. Maxie So on the left, Matt Graham up on the right. A reminder that they will be going around the white mark looking upwind. And Maxie So well on his way to controlling the left side. There they go through those powerboat waves. Almost looks like the breeze is ticked a little bit right compared to the angle they had on the last upwind leg in the last flight. Graham has typically been pretty fast on the upwind legs. He's sailing with 4 people. Maxi So from Singapore sailing with 3, but certainly a very skilled match race sailor. First time for him in the Ultimate 20s, making his debut here at Detroit Cup. Now, for the main event in the pre-start, the finals. Pierre Morvan is entered from the left. He's in boat 4. Chris Poole now has his turn to enter from the right, and therefore have the initial advantage being on starboard in the entry. With the dial-up now, you can see the teams controlling themselves going backwards. The jib is used to steer the boat. And Morvan now trying to build speed as Chris Poole will have another go at him on starboard tack. So this will just be a repeat of what we just saw. In the meantime, in match 1, if cameraman Louis can point the camera toward match 1. Maxi So was not able to cross Matt Graham. Graham had position up on the right, coming into the left side, but Maxi's keeping it very close. Graham coming up into the left corner. That's typically been very good for both shift and coming out of current. Maxi not wanting to get too far to the right. Uh-oh. We got contact back down in the final. Sorry, Louis, I'm going to have you turn the camera down there. Look like Chris Poole is a windward boat, is getting a penalty for having lost control of the boat on the windward side. He drifted down on top of the French. So Morvan now has a little advantage in that Chris Poole has a penalty from being a windward boat and having a little contact there with 1 minute 40 seconds to go. So Morvan keeping the pressure on, showing why he's the top-ranked competitor here in the event at 7th in the world. 1 minute 5 seconds to go. Chris Poole leading back, Morvan keeping very close, chasing Poole to the start with 50 seconds to go.
Overlap. Overlap.
That's overlap calls from the wing umpire, Elsbeth. Just giving the match umpires an idea of their relative positions. Those watching the match in the petite finals coming around the top will see that Matt Graham got around with just a length or 2 lead on Maxi So. And with just seconds to go, here's the start in the final. So in the start, Chris Poole had to tack at the signal boat. That tack may have cost him just a little bit compared to the French and Pierre Morvan. The breeze has come back to the left a little bit, not quite as lifted as we saw the teams coming off the start in the last match. Morvan off the line with speed, provided he can get some relief from that powerboat going by. Are they on collision course? That's too bad if that guy screws up Morvan. Yeah, what does he do? He accelerates. That's great. Well, that's unfortunate there with that traffic. Morvan getting over in the left side, trying to make his way through the powerboat traffic. Chris Poole actually looks pretty nice out there. He's got good pressure. He's got the right-hand advantage. Meanwhile, Louis, can we get down to the bottom mark? Very close there. With Matt Graham able to get around the bottom, challenged by Maxi So. Now, Maxi So's chance there was to have an overlap to leeward of Graham as they entered the two-length zone. The wing umpires were zooming up to try to get there. I'm not sure they were able to really see it that well, but the whole incident was green flagged. So Maxi So keeping things very close. Meanwhile, back in the finals, Pierre-Antoine Morvan, despite being match raced by a powerboat, was able to get across the bow of Chris Poole and have control in this first upwind leg of the final. Here comes Poole out of the left. He's got some pressure. And he's definitely keeping it close with Morvan. Morvan may or may not be on the lay line. He's not. Morvan wants to go back.
Powerboat hour.
Yeah, it must be lunchtime. The powerboats are out. So Morvan's broken away, but he's still going back. He doesn't want Chris Poole to have any leverage whatsoever coming into the top mark. He really wants to push Poole back because it looks like he should be comfortably laying that white mark, but he's still going back for more. He doesn't want Poole to get anything here. In fact, I think he wants to push him back even further. So, Chris Poole getting pounded by the French in Morvan. Up, and Morvan match racing another powerboat up there. But that one is stopping, so good on him. Morvan now breaking away to go to the white mark. A little bit to your right will be Maxi So crossing behind Matt Graham. That margin is what, a length or two? So splitting tacks. Maxi So trying to just stay in close contact with Matt Graham. Graham's got to win this match to take it to 3 in the petite final. In the background, a little bit of a slow set there with Pierre-Antoine Morvan. The black spinnaker goes up. There goes the red kite. Wow. The guy in the white powerboat did the right thing with the final, but not the right thing for the petite final. That's really too bad. That's slowed down Matt Graham a little bit. So there is Maxi So, got his bow out to leeward, but I don't think he's going to lay. He'll probably have to tack again. In fact, he will have to tack again for sure. So we're just watching the petite final. That's our closest pair right now because Pierre Morvan, Black Spinnaker coming downwind, has a fairly sizable lead on Chris Poole. Don't know if Poole's going to have an opportunity to get back into the match in this leg. Meanwhile, though, Maxie So has put his bow down to leeward. He's going to be close with Matt Graham up there. The race here, look at the luffing match. Here we go. The race here is going to be who can be inside. Graham is preventing So from tacking, but if So can tack and in any way get his bow up in the inside at the zone, he can prevent Graham from tacking to get around the mark. Remember, they leave the mark to starboard. Graham, though, very deftly getting around. He controlled that well. Maxie So has to get around clean here and have an excellent set, which is not the case. A little bit of a twist in the pink spinnaker. And Matt Graham coming downwind with a blue spinnaker. This is their final run to the finish. If Graham can make it to the finish line first, he'll force a third match in the petite final. There's good pressure out there. So is probably close enough to maybe make a play on the jibe. So this ain't over yet. So's just waiting with that pink spinnaker. When Graham jibes, watch for So to jibe. Graham is trying to go as deep as possible, easing the spinnaker out. Trying to get down and in front and be less vulnerable to attack when he jibes. So is preemptively jibing. That's interesting. He's not waiting to drag it out to the ley line. We'll see if that was a good move or not, because Graham looks pretty safe right now with the remaining time and distance left to the finish line. Yeah, curious why So jibed early like that, because there's Matt Graham. Blue flag will go up in the signal boat. So Matt Graham ties it up in the petite final. He's done what he's had to do, forcing a third match to determine who will be third place in the Detroit Cup. They will not be changing boats, but they will be changing sides. So in the next entry, it'll be Matt Graham from the right and Maxie So from the left. Meanwhile, in the finals, Pierre-Antoine Morvan to your left in boat 4, now tacking. He's very close to being on ley line to the top mark. He's got a fairly big lead on Chris Poole. And not only that, but Poole has a penalty from a pre-start incident. We didn't call the match umpires to explain that. Sometimes they get their feelings hurt now when they're not put on the radio. But I think we all saw that. It was pretty clear. Chris Poole just didn't keep clear as a windward boat and drifted down on top of Morvan in the pre-start. So it'll be pretty tough for Chris Poole to catch Morvan. Morvan's just faster upwind. He's sailing extremely well. So there's a final approach coming around the top. Pierre-Antoine Morvan from France will hoist the black spinnaker. There's good pressure up there. We can feel these waves coming down here to us on the shorefront at Bayview. You can see Morvan riding one of those waves down. It's going quite fast in the Ultimate 20s. And here comes Poole setting the red kite. A little bit slow getting the tack line out. So with Canada in the background, that black spinnaker streaking downwind is Pierre-Antoine Morvan. He'll be one jibing in to finish and earn his second point. So in the first of 3-point series, in our upcoming third match in the finals, Chris Poole will have to win to stay alive, to have a chance to win this overall. Because right now, Pierre-Antoine Morvan is sailing extremely well. He had one hiccup in the first match of the Petite Finals and getting a T-bone collision with Maxi So. But aside from that, he's sailing extremely well. So we'll see a blue flag come up. There it is. And Pierre-Antoine Morvan goes up 2-0 in the final. Pressure's on now for Chris Poole, our other finalist, to win the next one to stay alive here in the finals at Detroit Cup. We'll take a break and come back to you in Flight 3 of the Petite and Finals here at Bayview Yacht Club.
15 seconds. 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Raise prep.
Well, there's the entry gun. Matt Graham and Maxie So are at it once again here in the Petite Finals 2014 Detroit Cup. The winner of this match will get third place on the podium for this event, and it's all tied up. Maxie So, boat 1, has entered from the left. Graham entered from the right. Graham won the last match. So won the first one. So the pressure's all on. It's on this final match to determine their third place finish. The winds come back up about another knot or so. It's about 9 to 10 knots out here on the Detroit River. Perfect match race conditions. Graham and So over toward Belle Isle in the pre-start. 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Early to lead back. They're just doing circles. So chasing Graham. Maybe it's not too early to come back. Graham breaking away off the circles to try to do a lead. So there's Matt Graham in a very slow progression back to the starting line. He's not doing any big moves, nothing high speed. No, guys behind you. One minute, 25 seconds to go. So, chasing Graham. Graham's very early with a minute to go. They've got plenty of time for more maneuvers. Graham just trying to slow it all down. There's 1 minute. Now the game becomes who controls the boat going backwards. This is where Chris Poole got in trouble in the last match. Earned himself a penalty with Morvan. Graham not letting that happen. He's going full speed, 35 seconds to go. He's not digging deep in the box to have a go at So, who's on port tack. 25 seconds. Graham looks early. Yeah, this might be bad news for Graham because So has an opportunity to keep him pinned up there against a signal boat. He doesn't have the room to fall away on port, and he can't fall away on starboard because he's a windward boat overlapped with So. Now they're clear half a meter, and there's the start. Oh, yellow. Yellow over early. That's Matt Graham. He was in trouble. He got too close to the signal boat, got pinned up there by So. So Matt Graham has just earned himself a little deficit here to try to work back from off the starting line. So did a brilliant job of reading the situation, tacking back to port even though he was vulnerable to getting attacked, Graham didn't bear away an attack on starboard. He just hung there, and that was a mistake. So even with the current keeping him off the starting line, he was just probably just a meter over the line, enough to get that yellow flag. All right, now for the main event in the finals. Third match, attacking from the right are the French, Pierre-Antoine Morvan. He's on 2 points. Chris Poole in boat 5 has no points. So Chris Poole has to win this match to have a chance to keep progressing in the final. Morvan's been sailing extremely well. All except, of course, the first big T-bone collision he had in the semifinal this morning. But he certainly came back after that. He's won every match since. And is just on fire now. So Morvan chasing Chris Poole over to Belle Isle. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. They're digging quite deep, but with all this wind that we have, there's no real danger of being late for the start. Morvan is preventing Chris Poole from jibing. And if you notice, he's just chasing him, preventing Poole from tacking back. He's keeping it very, very close. Right now, he's simply blocking Poole from getting back to the starting line. Plenty of time, though, over 2 minutes. The teams will be going around the white mark up the track. There's been no Charlie flag flown with a color to indicate otherwise, so they're going around the default course. White mark up to our left to the east of the Detroit River. One minute 35 seconds to go. Morvan has Poole pinned over there. Morvan bearing away now, falling away, letting Poole off the hook. Taking the lead back, 1 minute 15. Breeze went a little bit light just there in the last few seconds, but we see more pressure coming down the track, so no danger of a dropout in the breeze like we saw yesterday. 1 minute to go. So there's an overlap call from the wing umpire, which means that Poole cannot reach over the bow of Morvan. Morvan still has control of Chris Poole. 40 seconds to go. He's yelling at Poole, don't go in there. Poole's going to do it anyway. So Poole did reach over the bow. He's leading back now to the pin end. 25 seconds to go. Poole might just get away with this. 18 seconds. Morvan keeping the pressure on. He's chasing Poole as best he can. Keep Poole pinned up against the starting line. Now he's broken it away, and he's going to take the high road with 2 seconds and 1. So very close aggression there throughout that entire pre-start. Morvan controlling Poole. Poole able to get over the bow of Morvan with just seconds to go. But now Morvan is in control if he can remain to windward of Poole. If Poole's able to get at Morvan and force him to tack away, then it brings things back to even. But right now Morvan is fast. Look at him. He's gaining every little bit, 1 meter at a time. His speed has been excellent upwind. Chris Poole is just too close. He won't be able to tack. So this is just yet another pin from Pierre-Antoine Morvan. Brilliant positioning, but really helped by good speed. Morvan's just smoking upwind. Poole went from being bow ahead to being now bow to mast, so no chance for Poole to be able to lee bow Morvan. Morvan's just rolling over him. Meanwhile, what you'll see in the background at the bottom mark is Maxi So. Maxi So coming around their first lap, completing their first lap on the mistake that Graham made at being over early at the start. So Graham about 4 or 5 lengths back. Is going to work as hard as possible to stay close and try to have a shot at the next downwind leg. I don't see a way for them to get ahead upwind. They have had a little bit more speed than So upwind, but probably not enough to overcome that gap. If we look upwind now, we will see another cross opportunity coming up for Chris Poole coming in from the right. Starboard tack advantage, but I honestly don't think he's going to be able to cross ahead of Pierre Morvan. So Morvan has about a 4-length lead on Chris Poole. Morvan just really doing well upwind. Split tacks now. Poole is not in a position to lay that top mark, the white mark. One play for him is to try to get over to the right, hope for a right shift, and have an opportunity to come back at Morvan, who's now on the left. But it's going to have to be a pretty big righty. You can see the effect of the Detroit River current taking them down the course. Look at Morvan. Morvan's just sheeted in, mainsail tight, going upwind extremely well. He very well might be on ley line, which means that Poole's going to have 2 extra tacks. Here comes the first one. This is where Morvan's been brilliant all day, is calling the ley line out of the left. Yeah, for sure. Morvan's going to have that. He's just putting his bow up just a little bit to wiggle around the top. If he doesn't hit that mark, it was close. But, yeah, very, very tight wiggle there to get around the top, but not as expensive as 2 extra tacks. A little slow in getting that wrinkle, that hourglass out of the top. The black spinnaker still reefed. There it goes. So Morvan, black spinnaker, boat 4, taking the lead. If we go back to our petite final, Louis, you can see So just crossing over and tacking on top of Graham. Graham, I think, has closed the gap a little bit here on this beat. So doing what he can to slow him down. Both have overstood the top a little bit. So is now reaching off. He's got to go fast. He's got to have a very good set here, too. So Graham doesn't have a shot at him on the run. This is their final leg to the finish in the petite finals. There goes the pink spinnaker for Maximilian So from Singapore. That's quite a big jump. Yeah, 20-second gap there. A pretty fast set for the blue spinnaker of Matt Graham, but it probably is not enough to overcome the gap. Meanwhile, down at the bottom mark, we're watching Pierre Morvan doing what he's done almost all day here, which is lead and extend. Poole actually closed the gap a little bit on that run. I think there's less distance between them now than there was at the top mark. But this is where Morvan really turns it on. He's had great speed upwind. It really helps here in this course. And he's confident enough in that speed. He's not tacking over to follow Chris Poole over to the right. He's just sailing his own game, finding the pressure, and content actually probably not to get tangled up in the boats coming downwind in the Petite Finals, which that pink spinnaker you see jibing now is Maxi So. So in boat one is just moments away of winning the Petite Final. Now, I see a yellow flag out there, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what that's for. From the pre-start. I remember Matt Graham being over. But there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Your Petite Finalist winner, Maxi So from Singapore. He's won third place at Detroit Cup. Maxi sailing with Russell Kan and Andrew Chan. So congratulations to them. High pressure situations. They've come out ahead in Matt Graham, and well done indeed. We'll make sure to congratulate them at our final awards ceremony following all the match racing here. And that may be sooner than we think, because up 2-0 in the final is our current leader in match 3, which is Pierre Morvan. Morvan's been sailing extremely well. Chris Poole is trailing by 4 or 5 lengths. They're on their last lap around the course, final upwind leg. Breeze looks like it's almost made a little bit of a right shift up there. They look bow up on starboard. That's not going to help Poole, though. He doesn't have any leverage now. Morvan's just had some conservative tactics in covering Poole, not letting him get away too far. And then that gets surprised by any shifts. There goes Morvan calling the ley line. So breaking away, final ley line around the top mark. Pierre-Antoine Morvan on his way to possibly winning Detroit Cup 2014. They've got one more leg to go. Meanwhile, coming in the harbor, let's give a round of applause for Maximilian So from Singapore, sailing with Russell Kan and Andrew Chan. They've won the Petite Finals. Let's also applaud Matt Graham for taking it to 3. Well done, Matt, and your team from Rowdy Racing. We'll look forward to having those competitors come to the awards ceremony. Hope everyone can join us. 30 minutes after the last match is our target time. Now, just looking downwind in the final, with the pressure up, we're watching a little bit different trim where the trailing boat with the red spinnaker is Chris Poole. He's eased the tack line out, eased the spinnaker sheet, trying to rotate that kite around so they can sail a little deeper angles in a desperate attempt to try to catch our match leaders right now. He's actually looking pretty good, isn't he? They're really rolling fast. Bit of a slow jibe there for Pierre-Antoine Morvan with the black spinnaker. I think Chris Poole is catching him. But with the Detroit River moving left to right here downwind, it's not helping. There's just not enough room. Poole making one more jibe with that red spinnaker, trying to get at the French team. Oh, look at this, wing and wing. That's one way to finish the match. So there we go, just moments away from our finish flag. And there it is, yellow flag. Well done. Pierre-Antoine Morvan has won the 2014 Detroit Cup with Mathieu Renault, Steven Lazuro. This team has done a fantastic job. Well done for the team from France, top-ranked team here in the competition, but it was not easy for them. They fought through a hard round robin, a quarterfinals, semifinals, and then finally here to win 3-0 in the finals against Chris Poole. Well done. We will congratulate them properly at the awards ceremony. So about 20-30 minutes from now, we invite everybody to join us here on the lawn at Bayview Yacht Club. Michael Hoey thinks we now have to rename it. What is it? Detroit Cup. Parle Français. But well done to the French team. They really sailed well today in the finals. One hiccup in the semifinals with a collision against Maxi So. But aside from that, they won every match, and well done indeed. So we'll congratulate their team when they come through the harbor. The match was only 13 minutes. Fast. Very fast. For Lowell? Yeah, sure. I thought B used to get a subscription for him.
I bought it for them Christmas.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
So he already has it.
No, I mean it expired.
Oh.
Coming into the harbor now, Chris Poole, our runner-up. Well done, Chris. We'll see you at the award ceremony. But the best is saved for last. Entering the harbor now is our 2014 Detroit Cup champions, Pierre-Antoine Morvan, Mathieu Renault, and Steven Lazuro. Well done, gentlemen. Congratulations.